The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Today's first race, the early pick 5 in 1 minute. 1 minute to post time. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's first. A field of 11 set to go 6 furlongs. 3-1 post time favorite number 3, Claramente. 3-1. 3 runners at 5-1. Numbers 4, 5, and 6. Number 9, final note, is at 4-1. Your second choice. Here's Pizzicato moving forward. One of those 5-1 runners. Final note, the next one to join, along with Huge G, Sarah Hess and Huge G to gate 5. John Jay, the Charlie Oliveris, the purple colors, out to gate 10. Cosmic Symphony and Burning Star will be the next 2. Sammy Camacho for Gerald Bennett on Burning Star. Right now at 5-1. Winning on Calabash Cove, One Tough Dame. And Baja de Oro will be all set for a start. Tough Dame up to gate 12. Baja de Oro. Daisuke Fukumoto to the outside. Going to be your final one to join. Ready to kick off day 67 of the season. We are fast on the main track, firm on the turf course. Running under mostly sunny Florida skies today. Should be a pleasant, warm afternoon. And they are in the gate. Couple of them acting up there toward the outside. John Jay's one of them. And the race is on. Claramente got away just a half step slow. Final note, breezes right out to the early advantage. Huge G away in good order. Pizzicato. Those two up now, second and third, is right to their outside. Burning Stars in that front pack as well. John Jay starts to rally from fifth in the purple colors. Nouveau Riche in the orange is racing back 6, but only 2.5 off the top as they scramble up front. It's 2 more then. Back to Tough Dame, who races in 7th. Cosmic Symphonies to that one's inside 8th. 3 more back to Baja de Oro. Then comes Calabash Cove, and Claramente is the early trailer as they head toward that far turn. Final note, pressed by John Jay. 22.59 the opening quarter mile, and long shot John Jay up to poke ahead in front. Now goes 3/4 in front. A final note, Nouveau Riche is up to a clear third. It's a break of 3 more lengths then. Back to a Burning Star. Pizzicato's down toward the inside. The yellow colors is advancing, while Huge G, the gray, starts to loop up on the outside from 5th. They come around at the top of the stretch. John Jay, narrow leader. Nouveau Riche up to a clear second. His final notes back third. Then comes Huge G. John Jay comes to the 8th pole, length and a half in front. Now starting to level off. Nouveau Riche is coming after that one, and Nouveau Riche grabs the lead right outside the 16th pole. John Jay back to second. Then comes Pizzicato and Huge G down the outside. It's Nouveau Riche in front late. Nouveau Riche is 70-1, and Nouveau Riche is a winner. Second looked like Huge G. Third was really close there between John Jay and Pizzicato, but a 70-1 winner here to kick off the afternoon. 8 in a photo. Final time 112.33 seconds. Nouveau Riche, a 70-1 winner. Second, number 5, Huge G. Third was number 10, Janche. And fourth, number 4, Pizzicato. Fifth, number 9, Final Note. 8, 5, 10, 4, and 9, your unofficial order. Please hold all tickets. Results are official. $142.80 on the win for Nouveau Riche. Exact at $399.40. That 50-cent trifecta, $4,412 and change. Nobody had the super high five, so we'll carry over $1,057 to the upcoming second race. Dime Super, $2,800 and change. It's big payouts here in the opener with this big upset. Nouveau Riche, a maiden no more. 4-year-old Bay filly by Bahamian Squall at a phenomenal gem. Bred right here in Florida by DeLuca and Son Stables, INC. Manuel Gonzalez, the winning owner. Nestor Casquieres, the winning trainer. And Cesar Gonzalez aboard for the winning ride. 70-1 is what you get on Nouveau Riche. Price is on the board. Race 2 is coming up in 22 minutes. Today's second race at 5 1/2 furlongs. Scratch number 8, Lady in Heels. Number 8, Lady in Heels is scratched. Field of 7 to go, the 5 1/2. We'll start the early pick 4 up next. Also take note that super high 5 carryover, $1,057. Post time for the second in 21 minutes. Fans, for joining us on track today, be sure to head to the Tampa Bay Downs gift shop, which is located on the first floor. Lots of great Tampa Bay Downs gifts, merchandise, apparel, and more. Tampa Bay Downs gift shop, located right near the main entrance on the first floor. Go tell Charlie hello. The horses onto the track postbrating for today's second race, a $5,000 claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 5.5 furlongs over the fast May track. Field of 7 set to go. Scratch number 8. Lady in Heels, number 8 is scratched. Race 2 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We also start a pick 4. And, of course, the super high 5 with the carryover, $1,057. Post time for today's second, 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's second race in 2 minutes. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's second race. Field of 7 set to go 5.5 furlongs. 6-5 favorite here, number 1, Sophia Storm. Cipriano Gill on board will be the first to load in. Queen of Chill will be next. Alfredo Clemente on the mount. Here's 3-run Bolt. Sammy Camacho. Simmering to gate 4, Samuel Marin, your 2-1 second choice. Here's Abby the Bulldog. Marion Elise Almedina on board. Waiting for Band Sweetheart, and the Isabella Stray will be all set for his start. Today's second. The Isabella Stray. Carlos Lugo to the outside draw. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Sophia Storm from the inside got away in good order and goes right out to the early lead. Queen of Chill going to try to stick with her in the early going, as is Simmering. So those three going to do battle across the track. They're 2.5 in front of Band Sweetheart, who's away in 4th. Then comes 3-run Bolt in the black colors, 5th, and about 4 off the top. It's another 2.5 back to the Isabella Stray, and another 4 back to Abby the Bulldog, who's the early trailer, as this battle up top continues. Favored Sophia Storm with long shot Queen of Chill right alongside. Simmering out 3 deep, just a neck back in 3rd. 3-run Bolt's gotten closer, draws to within 2 of the leaders. Then comes Band Sweetheart a long way back to the Isabel Straight, even longer way back to Abby the Bulldog. Around past the quarter pole. Here's Simmering up on the outside. Sophia Storm battling on. 3-run Bolt loops into action up on the far outside. Still battling away. Queen of Chills now back in 4th. Then comes Band Sweetheart down the outside from 5th. A final 1/8 of a mile to go. Sophia Storm, Simmering, 3-run Bolt trying to get to these top 2 choices is 2 lengths back. Sophia Storm just in front of Simmering with a 1/16 of a mile to go. Sophia Storm now a length in front. Simmering second. Sophia Storm and Cipriano Gill to win it by almost 2 in the end. Simmering was second. 3-run Bolt third. 4th went to Band Sweetheart. One, 4, 3, 6, and 2, the unofficial order. 103.96, the final time. Results are now official. 1-4-3-6 official on the board. 420 on the win for Sophia Storm. Sophia Storm, a 6-year-old bay mare by Handsome Mike out of Sophia's Pride, was bred in Florida by Just for Fun Stable Incorporated. Petter Pop Racing LLC, the winning owner. Sam Walensky, the winning trainer. Cipriano Gill aboard for the winning ride as Sophia Storm, winner of today's second. Exacta $4. The trifecta $9.50. The dime super $4.41. Early daily double $206.20. The high five $111. Race 3 is coming up next. It's the happy 40th birthday Anthony Purse. Field of 7 set to go at 6.5 furlongs on that fast main track. Scratch number 7, Electric Eel. Number 7 is scratched. Number 8, Smooth Players, 2 pounds over. Post time for the third. We'll start another pick 4 coming up in just 23 minutes. We did have a claim in today's second race in an 8-way shake. Number 1, Sophia Storm, goes to Kathleen O'Connell Racing Stables, trainer Kathleen O'Connell.
Race 3 is going to start our next pick four, the main special weight for 3-year-olds and outset at a mile on the turf. The number 1, Right to Win. 1 of 2 entered for Chad Brown. This boy was making a first off a long layoff when he ran a game third in a main special weight going 8.5 at Gulfstream. This was on February 23rd. The last time he had run, he had finished a well-beaten third to Northern Invader at Belmont. This was back in July of 2023, and yeah, we know what a good horse Northern Invader turned out to be. And while Right to Win was beaten 8.5 lengths, he had a bad start and a troubled trip that afternoon. Now, as for this last race, he set about 4.5 or so off a soft pace before kicking into gear. Did not get there in time, but was beaten just a length and a half, and the winner of that race had stopped the clock in 1:39.1, so very impressive. Right to Win now has recency, and he gets to cut back to a mile. The other Chad Brown, that's the number 4, Pourquoi. And this boy made an impression in that first turf start as he had originally debuted on dirt. Then they took a lot of time off. They wanted grass. It came off, was running the slop, and then they rested up again.
Onto the track for today's third race, starter optional claiming event, 12,500 the optional claiming tag. Field of 7 set to go 6.5 furlongs here on the fast main track. This is the happy 40th birthday Anthony Purse. Round of applause for Anthony. Scratch number 7 Electric Eel. Number 7 Electric Eel scratch. Number 8 is plus 2 pounds. Race 3 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We start that middle pick 4. Post time coming up in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's third race, the middle pick 4 in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time. Race 3, the happy 40th birthday, Anthony Purse, in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's third race, the happy 40th birthday, Anthony Purse. Field of 7 here at 6.5 furlongs. We start our second pick 4 of today's card. Your 3 to 5 favorite, number 3, Silver Slugger in the Victorious Ranch colors. 2 to 1 on the inside, Dundee. Here is Dundee moving forward. Adamar Santos for Juan Arriagada. Juan having another strong season here at Tampa Bay Downs. I believe second in the standings currently. American Warrior, Sammy Camacho, also second in the standings over on the riders' side of things. About 12 behind Samuel Marin right now with still 22 or 23 days of racing left. Of course, we go till May 4th this year. Silver Slugger, Samuel Marin. Here's your favorite. Gibran to gate 4. Skylar Spanabel on board. Just waiting on Outworking. Dither. I believe Smooth Player's already gone in. So Dither will be the final one to join. Outworking backs away. Now goes forward. Dither, Hector Diaz Jr. to the 6th stall. We'll be all set for a start. Today's middle pick 4, race 3. They're in the gate. Outworking and Dundee both acting up, settling down. And the race is on. Gibran in the center asked for speed, goes out to the early advantage. Here's Silver Slugger, American Warrior coming through, and Dundee as well. And Dither, they're lining up on the front end, and it's going to be the favorite Silver Slugger to go narrowly in front of Gibran out second. Then comes a lineup of 3 down to the inside. Dundee between horses, American Warrior. Dither is out wide. It's about 4 or 5 more lengths then back to Outworking, and it's another 7 or 8 back to Smooth Player, who is the early trailer. Silver Slugger is the leader. Silver Slugger through an opening quarter in 21.79. That's with a little bit of a breeze at their back, but quick nonetheless as they run into that turn. Silver Slugger 3/4 in front of Gibran. Dither out 3 deep in third. It's a length and a half, 2 more back to Dundee, who's under pressure, being passed by American Warrior, who takes over 4th. And American Warrior trying to close in. It's a long way back to Outworking, and even longer back to Smooth Player. Around the turn, Silver Slugger. Gibran has been applying pressure throughout much of the race. Those 2 to the top of the stretch. stretch. Dither just in behind them, a length and a half back in third. Then comes American Warriors toward the inside fourth. Dundee is fifth. Silver Slugger trying to see it out for one more furlong. Gibran pesky on the outside is second, but now a length and a half back as Silver Slugger digs in. Silver Slugger and Samuel Marin to the 16th pole. A 2-length advantage. Gibran is second down the outside. Dither is third. Silver Slugger going to go on to win it here. Silver Slugger by 3 in the end. Gibran was second, third, Dither fourth, Dundee fifth, American Warrior. Three, 4, 6, 1, and 2, 115.67 the final time. Only 1/5 off the track record. Very fast times here for Silver Slugger. Results official, $3 on the win for Silver Slugger. Silver Slugger now 5 wins from just 7 career starts. Five-year-old Big Gelding by Cairo Prince out of One More Wild Ride was bred in Kentucky by Frankfurt Park Farm. Victoria's Ranch, the winning owner, Juan Carlos Avila, the winning trainer. And Samuel Marin aboard for the winning ride as your favorite Silver Slugger takes today's third. Prices on the board, $14.80 for that exact to the trifecta, $24.40. The dime super, $9.47. Daily double, $3.40. The pick 3 jumps up to $197.95. The high 5, $115.40. Today's fourth race is 20 minutes out. Race 4 starts the ultimate 6. Jackpot was hit yesterday, so no carryover. No scratches or changes here. Field of 8 set to go. Post time for the fourth is 20 minutes out. Coming up in the winner's circle, we want to welcome our featured group for today's third race. It's the happy 40th birthday Anthony group. So we welcome them in to celebrate with Samuel Marin and the winning connections. Again, a happy 40th birthday, Anthony, our featured group here for today's third race. Welcome to Tampa Bay Downs. The horses onto the track post spreading for today's fourth race. We start the Ultimate Six here. No carryover in the jackpot. It was hit yesterday. A $5,000 claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 6.5 furlongs. A field of 8 set to go here. No scratches or changes in this fourth race. Race 4 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and super high 5 wagering. We start at pick 3. We start the Ultimate Six. Post time in 5 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's fourth race. Start of the Ultimate Six in just 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate, 1 minute. Horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's fourth. Field of 8 here at the 6 1/2 furlong distance. Oscar Gaze coming up. Here's Viking Queen to gate 7. We're just waiting on after a few. An explosive exchange will be all set for a start here. They're loading quickly. Starter Eddie Boobles to send them on their way. 6 1/2 here to start the Ultimate 6. Your 4 to 5 slight favorite. Actually, never mind. There's a number out on the tote board. Here's Explosive Exchange to the outside. Sammy Camacho and Explosive Exchange coming up. And in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Foxy Lady flashing some early speed up from the outside. Explosive Exchange. The favorite got away in good order. Bullet on Tap is right there in that front flight as well is Oscar Gaze as Foxy Lady leads him on to the main track. On the outside, Explosive Exchange second. Oscar Gaze third. Bullet on Tap. Woods Hole there fourth and fifth. Length and a half more back to Viking Queen who's sixth, but only about 5 off the lead. It's a length and a half more to Bootsy's Merlot who's pushed along early from seventh. 3 more back to After a Few who's your early trailer. A half mile left to go, and it's Foxy Lady through a 22 and 4. Opening quarter mile. Foxy Lady a length and a half to Explosive Exchange, who's perched on the outside in second. Woods Hole's up to third. Viking Queen starting to march forward. Here's Viking Queen up to fourth in the orange cap, black and green colors. Starting to advance is just within 2 lengths of the leader. Foxy Lady leads him around the far turn. Explosive Exchange inching closer, and now Explosive Exchange right up alongside of Foxy Lady. Viking Queen being pushed along from third is gaining as they come around to the top of the stretch. Explosive Exchange narrowly in front. A Foxy Lady who tries to kick back toward the fence. They're 2 clear now. A Viking Queen between runners looking for a split is Oscar Gaze. Here's Oscar Gaze up to third, trying to come after Explosive Exchange. Explosive Exchange leads him to the 16th pole in front by 2. Oscar Gaze up to second. Foxy Lady, Viking Queen, Bootsy's Merlot late, but it's Explosive Exchange. The favorite scores here 3 to 5. Won it by 4 or 5 in the end. Oscar Gaze was second. Third went Foxy Lady, and gave Viking Queen and Bootsy's Merlot. 8, 3, 6, 7, and 1. 117.69 the final time. Explosive Queen makes it 3 favorites in a row to score here after that big long shot to start the day. 5-year-old Greer Road mare by Handsome Mike out of Exchangeable was bred right here in Florida by Helen and Joseph Barbizon. Hee Haw Racing, the winning owners. Mike Deeney, the winning trainer. Sammy Camacho aboard for the winning ride. As Explosive Exchange, your 4th race winner. Exacta 640, the trifecta 1160, the dime super $8.16, daily double 340. Pick 3 370, the high five $717.10. Race 5's up next. We're on the turf course for the first time this afternoon. The turf firm, the rail at 22 feet. Scratch 1 and 5. 1 and 5 are scratched. Field 7 remain in. Number 4, America's Vow, is 1 pound over. Race 5 starts that late. Pick 5. You got 22 minutes to post time at 2:28 p.m. Fans, don't forget 1 week from today is Florida Cup Day. We'll have great Florida bred stakes action coming up 1 week from today. Florida Cup Day. We did have a claim there in today's 4th race. Number 8, Explosive Exchange, goes to Ariagato Racing. Trainer Michael Simone. Michael Simone, the new trainer.
Race 5 is going to kick off that late pick 5, and it is with a race for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have never won 2 races other than maiden claiming or starter or state bred, or which have never won 3 races, or an optional claiming price of $32,000. They're going to be going a mile and a 16th on the turf. The number 7, Novala, in here for Anador Sanchez, and she is in great form. She went to the bench after getting claimed out of an optional 25 N1X win at Gulfstream going a mile, and she came back to pick up right where she left off in the winner's circle, closing over a slow pace to take an optional 35 starter 25 there by a length and a quarter. She then won a 75K handicap on the synthetic. That was after a wide trip. Then she just missed by 3/4 of a length in another optional 35 starter 25 after starting from the far outside post back on the turf going a mile. And the winner there was Love Mammy Love, who next got beat just 2 1/4 in the Sunshine Filly and Mare turf. Novala then won an optional 35 start 25, going 8.5 on the synthetic at Gulfstream, and by 2 1/4 lengths after a bad start where she went up when the gates popped open. So this is a mare you gotta respect. She's run in the money in 20 of 29 starts, 12 of those wins. She is game. She can overcome a lot, and she's got Sammy Camacho piloting her. The number 3, Dia Matrona, in for Sam Walensky. She too is in off a synthetic score. She took an optional 25 N1X at Gulfstream by 2 3/4 lengths. This was off getting beat 2 at the level, going 8.5 on the grass there. Good group, as you'd expect. Dia Matrona had been in the barn of Chad Brown before and had fared well against really stiff competition. She got beat just a neck in a 50 N2L at Saratoga, then won an optional 35 starter 50 there. She then got beat 6 1/4, but it was the grade 3 Pebbles, and that is when he dropped her in for 25, a race in which she missed by just half a length. So yeah, think the back class she has makes her deserve a look here, especially getting the lay of the land with Gallardo aboard. Going to complete the top 3 at the number 8. That is Settling Storm, who is making a first start for Nick Zito. She's also making the first off a layoff going back to November 1st. That is when she won an optional 35 starter 50 by 2 1/4 at Belmont at the Big A, going 9 furlongs. Horses out of the race haven't been super strong as of yet. I will say the 3rd place runner next on stage is so far the only next out winner, and she put up a 63 Beyer figure, scoring a 50 starter allowance for non-winners of one other than on the dirt at Aqueduct. She did improve from a figure standpoint, next out going a mile on the dirt there in an optional 45 N1X, lost by just a nose, putting up a 73. So we'll see how Settling Storm does here in her Tampa debut. She's got Sammy Marin aboard. Going to go 7-3-8 in race 5, which again kicks off the late pick 5.
On to the track for today's fifth race. We start our late pick five in here. This race is a $32,000 allowance optional claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at a mile and a 16th on turf. The turf is firm. The rail at 22 feet. Scratch 1 and 5. 1 and 5 are scratched. Number 4 is plus £1. Field of 7 to compete here. We have Daily Double, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Super High 5, Pick 3, and Late Pick 5 wagering. Post time in 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's fifth race will start that late pick 5 in 2 minutes. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fifth as we start the late pick 5 here. Field 7, the mile and a 16th turf distance. Turf firm today. Here's Damatrona moving up. 2-1 second choice. 8-5 on the number 7, Novaya. America's Vow to gate 4 for Hector Diaz Jr., trainer Tim Ham. It's all about me, baby. Wilfred Vasquez to gate 6. 26-1 right now on that runner. Here's Novaya. Sammy Camacho on board. Looking for a race-to-race double is Sammy. Still waiting Settling Storm and No 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 Never will be all set for a start. Today's fifth late pick 5 time. That pool about to head over $50,000. Still got a few more moments to get involved. They're in the gate. And the race is on. No, 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 never from that outside gate got away in good order. The stablemate, It's All About Me, Baby, is right there close up. And down toward the inside, Retired Kathy and Chad Lindsay going to come on through. It's going to be Retired Kathy, and It's All About Me, Baby. Those two into the stretch. Just in behind them, No, 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 Never, and Damatrona. They race as a pair, 3rd and 4th. It's another length and a half to America's Vow, the blue colors, who's 5th. Break of 3 more then. Back to Settling Storm. And the early trailer, Novaya, as two of the favorites at the back early on as they go into that first turn, and up front, Retired Kathy's the leader. Retired Kathy a length and a half to It's All About Me, Baby. It's another length back to Damatrona, who's down on the inside of No 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 Never. They're 3rd and 4th. America's Vow continues alone in 5th. Opening quarter mile, 22-1. Retired Kathy onto the back stretch. Retired Kathy by 2. It's All About Me, Baby. Knocking that one from 2nd. 2.5 more back to Damatrona. No, 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 Never's been right alongside of Damatrona for much of the journey thus far. Then comes America's Vow. Settling Storm second last. Novaya and Sammy Camacho are the trailers at 7-5. They go to that far turn. Retired Kathy, 45 and 4. So it's been solid tempo up front. Retired Kathy to the far turn. The lead stretched out to 3. Down on the inside, Damatrona coming through inside of It's All About Me, Baby. Then a wall of horses. Novaya starting to launch is 4th now. Moving up to 3rd in the white silks, orange cap. Round that far turn, Retired Kathy. A final quarter mile to see it out. Retired Kathy to the top of the stretch, the lead 2.5. Novaya now up to 2nd. Damatrona 3rd toward the inside. America's Vow trying to follow Novaya, going to kick to the outside. Settling Storm after that. Retired Kathy has one more furlong to get. Retired Kathy, the lead still 3.5. America's Vow, Novaya, they chase 2nd, 3rd, then Settling Storm. Retired Kathy, just 70 more yards to go. America's Vow on the outside. Retired Kathy all the way at 13-1. Second ended up close there between Settling Storm and America's Vow. Novaya had to settle for fourth. The Amateur on a fifth. Two, 8, 4, 7, and 3. 2, 8, 4, 7, 3, the unofficial order. $28.80 on the win for retired Kathy. Early pick 5. Price just went right off the screen there. Exacta 74.70. The trifecta $248.25. The time superfecta $118.80. Daily double 18.30. Pick 3 $24.45. The early pick 4 $80.75. Early pick 5 $6,168. Big prices at the start and a big price at the end. Nobody had the super high 5, so we'll carry over $26.90 to the upcoming 6th race. Into the winner's circle, retired Kathy. 4-year-old Bay filly by firing line out of Shaw, was bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, Peter Matson. David Van Winkle, the winning trainer. Chad Lindsay on board for that gate-to-wire score. Retired Kathy all the way to win today's 5th. Exacta 2 and 8 74.70. The trifecta $248.25. Time super $118.80. Daily double 18.30. Again, nobody had the super high 5, so we'll carry over $2,690 to the upcoming 6th race, which is 23 minutes away at 2:59 p.m. Scratch the 3 Demir. Number 3 Demir is out. Number 8 Augers plus 1 pound. A field of 7 set to go 7 furlongs. Late pick 4 in 22 minutes. There were two claims in today's fifth race. Number 7, Novaya, was claimed. Goes to owners Peter Pop Racing, trainer Sam Walensky. That was a two-way shake. Number 8, Settling Storm, and a two-way shake goes to owner trainer Christopher Seal.
Race 6 is going to kick off that late pick 4 with a 6250 claimer for 4-year-olds and upset at 7 furlongs on the main track. The number 8 Augur. Oh, this boy has been bumped and bumped and bumped again in his races, all but the first start he's had here this meet. And go figure, that race he won. That was a 5 and 2 wide going 6.5 furlongs off the layoff. He got bumped dramatically in the next outing. Then he had to angle out, and he was making a run in that 6250, but the best he could manage was to finish a length off the winner. That was Volkert in second. Just a nose apart was Woke Up in Love. And then the next start, Augur, he was bumped yet again out of the blocks, later sent wide, flattened that time as the post-time favorite. And last start, Augur got bumped out of the blocks again. And that was an open 62.50, but he did rally to finish just a length and a half off Old Town Road going 6.5 furlongs. So the hope is that here with this outside draw, there's no possibility that he gets creamed between horses at least, and that he can get a clear run to get that long-awaited next win for the Felicianos. The number 1 is Woke Up in Love. He's in for Carrasco, who's putting Marin aboard today. Again, he finished second in that February 1st start. That was after being dropped in from contesting Open 8 Company the 2 starts prior. And it's kind of funny. Every start he's had here this meet at the 62.50 level, he's finished second. Close seconds, but second nonetheless. Could he score here? Sure, but let's see if we can get a better price on top. That also makes sense. And then I'm going to complete the top three with the number 7, who is in here for Alejandro Mendieta and Sonny Leon. Blinkers are going on today as he drops into this 6250 claimer, and it's following a well-beaten 5th going 2 turns against an optional 8 starter 5 field. Every other start he's had here this meet has been against Open 10 company, and the best finishes were at 7 furlongs. And with this boy finishing in the money in one of those. And I will also say, before coming to Tampa, he was running well against optional company at Belterra, so you got to hope some of that back class can shine through today to at least get a slice of it. And that'll make it 8-1-7 in race 6, which again kicks off the late pick 4.
The horses onto the track post parading for today's sixth race. We start our late pick four here. A $6,250 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Field of 7 set to go here. Scratch the 3. Number 3 is scratch. Number 8 is +1. Race 6 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We start at pick 3. We start that late pick 4. And we have a super high 5 carryover of $2,690. Post time for today's sixth race in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's sixth race in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's sixth race, late pick fours, coming up in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's sixth race. Started late pick four. Field of 7 to go to post here. 2-1 favorite on the inside. Woke Up in Love. 5-2 on the outside. Augur. Those are your top two choices in the wagering. Woke Up in Love goes forward. Norfie going to be second to load. Here's Litigant. Marcos Meneses for Gerardo Ochoa. DeSantis, Sammy Camacho for Gerald Bennett to gate 5. Final 3 are going to be Awesome Prince, Azure Sky, and Augur. All 3 A names to the outside draws. Awesome Prince going up. Azure Sky, Sonny Leone. And Augur to complete the line, Ricky Feliciano. Those lavender colors. Augur goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Awesome Prince showing some early speed. Norfie down toward the inside, right between horses. Litigant is attending the early proceedings as well. It's going to be Litigant to go up and poke ahead in front of Awesome Prince. Norfie, Augur out wide, Azure Sky in that second flight. DeSantis is racing back 6, but only 3.5 off the top. And Woke Up in Love is your early trailer, but they're just 5 lengths front to back, maybe even less than that, as they stack up across the track. 4 of them across the course, in fact. On the inside, Litigant. Awesome Prince 2 deep. 3 deep Azure Sky. Augur 4 wide, now a length and a half back after that 23-second opening quarter mile. Norfie and DeSantis are after that. Woke Up in Love still just 4 lengths cover the group as they run to that far turn. It's Litigant narrowly in front of Awesome Prince. Augur out wide. Those 3 across the course as they run to the 3/8 pole. That trio's gone 2.5 clear of Azure Sky and Norfie. DeSantis starting to move up on the far outside. Is gaining out 4 wide. Woke Up in Love is under a drive but is losing some ground. As they wind around the far turn, that 3-way battle down to 2 now. Awesome Prince on the inside of Augur. Those 2 to the top of the stretch. They've gotten 3 ahead of Litigant, who's left back in 3rd. Norfie cuts the corner toward the inside from 4th. Azure Sky, DeSantis in behind that. Augur is the leader at the 8th pole. It's Augur in front 3/4, now a length. Awesome Prince back to second, 3 more, then back to Litigant. But as they come to the final 16th of a mile, Augur is inching clear. It's Augur and Ricky Feliciano to go on and win it here at 3-1. Augur by 2.5. Awesome Prince was second, Litigant third. 4th was very, very close there. The photos between Azure Sky and DeSantis. 86475. 122.97 the final time. Auger into the winner's circle. For the 14th time in his career, 9-year-old Big Gelding by Drill out of Codera was bred right here in beautiful Florida by SCF Incorporated. Benny Feliciano, the winning owner, and trainer Ricky Feliciano aboard for the winning ride. Auger, your 6-race winner, starts the late pick 4 out as 3-1 second choice. The exact 8 and 6, 2260. The trifecta 7240. The dime super 5546. Daily double 5680. The pick 3 7335. That middle pick 4 $162. Super high 5 was hit for $2,394. Race 7's coming up next. We're at a mile on turf. Scratch 4 and 5. 4 and 5 are both scratched. Field of 7 set to go here. It's a $32,000 starter optional claiming event. Post time is coming up in 24 minutes at 3:31.
Race 7 is for 3-year-olds, which have started for a claiming price of $32,000 or less, or an optional claiming price of $32,000. They're going to be going a mile on the turf. The number 1 Flash Frozen, a perfect 3 for 3, and I don't think anything is slowing that roll for Kathleen O'Connell and Antonio Gallardo. He won the debut, then 2 starts at this level over fellow company in today's race. So then in the second spot, I'm going to go with the number 8. That is Flaming Proposition. He appears to be the pace setter, though he did just win from off it last out in an open 20. He closed to finish 2 1/4 lengths, the best that day. This was after a well-beaten 6-2 Flash Frozen the start prior, but this boy started from the far outside post that afternoon, and then he had a check back heading around the turn for home, which upset his stride. So let's see if he can get it in gear today and dig in for Castanon. And then I'm going to complete the top 3 with the number 6. That is Ozzy, who has been in against Flash Frozen the past 2 starts. He's exiting that February 9th race, and he also didn't get the smoothest of journeys. He had to check back too. Start prior, also troubled. So we'll see if he can get a clear run under Camacho today. That'll make it 186 in race 7.
Horses onto the track, postbreeding for today's 7th race, a starter allowance event. Starter optional claiming, rather. $32,000 the optional claiming tag. Field of 7 set to go a mile on the turf course. The turf firm, the rail at 22 feet. Scratch 4 and 5 out of your program. Numbers 4 and 5 are both scratched. Race 7 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, super high 5. We start the late pick 3. Post time is 7 minutes away. The horse is on the turf course and approaching the starting gate. We're just 2 minutes from post time. Today's 7th race in 2 minutes. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 7th. About to begin the late pick 3 here. Field of 7. And big favorite number 1 Flash Frozen at 1-2. Perfect 3 for 3 to start the career as Flash Frozen. Looking to remain unbeaten. As Flash Frozen goes in. Here's Juan Colorado, Pablo Morales to gate 2. Pablo won yesterday's turf test. Board Poker Joker. Here's Calvin's ride. Willie Martinez on board for John Terranova. Ozzy. Sammy Camacho, another John Terranova trainee. The two Terranova runners will break right from next to each other with the scratches of numbers 4 and 5. 3 more left to come forward. Thingamabob, Flaming Proposition, and Hyper Venom will be all set for a start. Today's late pick 3. Here's Flaming Proposition, Jesus Castanon. Hypervenom, Cipriano Gill to the outside draw. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Flash Frozen broke inward and broke awkwardly. Came away last. Good start for Thingamabob. Flaming Proposition flashing some early speed. Ozzy is right there attending the early proceedings as well. It's going to be Ozzy and Thingamabob. They go by the wire in front. A Flaming Proposition who's back in third. A length and a half more back to Juan Colorado. Calvin's Ride, they're out fourth and fifth. Two more to Hypervenom and Flash Frozen after that slow beginning is the trailer early on. And three deep as they run into that first turn. It's Thingamabob and Samuel Marin to lead them. Thingamabob on that first turn, a length and a half in front of Ozzy in second. Another length and a half then back to Flaming Proposition. 23.33 was the opening quarter mile time. So they start their backstretch journey. Thingamabob to lead down to a neck now as Ozzy's applying some more pressure on the outside. Break of two back to Flaming Proposition. Calvin's Ride is up on the outside of Juan Colorado. They're fourth and fifth. Flash Frozen is out of last, is now sixth, and Hypervenom is your trailer. Just 3.5 furlongs from the money. Thingamabob. Ozzy has been applying some pressure down the backstretch. 48 seconds was that opening half mile. Thingamabob goes to the far turn, a neck lead. Ozzy dials up that pressure on the outside, and Ozzy up to near level terms. They're two in front. A Flaming Proposition back in third. Calvin's Ride pushed along from fourth. Flash Frozen starting to come into the race a little better now is fifth, but only 3 lengths behind as they come around to the top of the stretch. Ozzy on the outside of Thingamabob. Here's Flaming Proposition joining him on the outside. Flash Frozen waiting for a seam down along the fence to open up, and it looks to have one now. Thingamabob, Flaming Proposition. Flash Frozen trying to go through down along the inside. Meanwhile, down the far outside, Hypervenom is trying to run on with Juan Colorado. Flash Frozen got through. Flash Frozen and Antonio Gallardo. Flash Frozen has never tasted defeat now. 4 for 4. Got the win by 2. Second was Flaming Proposition. After that, Thingamabob. Then came Hypervenom and Juan Colorado. .18792, 136.55. Final time. Results official. Flash Frozen 260 on the win. Into the winner's circle for a 4th consecutive time to start the career is Flash Frozen. 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Frosted out of Gladita F was bred in Kentucky by Armitage Farm. SJB Stable, the winning owners. Kathleen O'Connell, the winning trainer. Antonio Gallardo award for that last to first win. Flash Frozen, 4 for 4. 1/8 exact to $2.90. The trifecta $4. The dime super $3.46. 8-1 daily double $5.60. The pick 3 $54.40. High five $227.30. Up next, today's 8th race. We'll start the late double. It's at 4:05 p.m. Post time coming up in 24 minutes. Field of 12 set to go on the main track. Scratch number 1, Temptation. Number 1, Temptation is scratched. Scratch the 13. Don't drain my pocket. Do take note the number 14 does draw in and will run. Princess Mia will run. Jockey change on the 11, Girl Dynamite. Make the rider Samuel Marin. A full gate for race 8 in just 24 minutes.
Race 8 is a main 16 for 3-year-old fillies set at 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 10, Too Much Style. Well, she is in here for owner-trainer Juan Arriagada, and she's exiting a debut start where she finished 8th, beating 6 3/4 lengths at the main 25 level. She was run wide that day as well, but the major issue was that she got bumped so badly and multiple times out of the gate. He's now going blinkers on with her for career start 2, and it is definitely possible that between that and the drop in for 16, with the experience, she could spring an upset. The number 5, Miss C. Banker, dropping into the 16 after 2 goes at the main 25 level since joining the barn of Tony Granitz. She put forth a pretty solid 4th place finish in the first, despite breaking from the far outside post. She seemed willing to stick close to the pace, but she did tire after not having run since October. Still, beaten margin was just 2 lengths, and the race did produce 3 next out winners. Next start, she hopped out of the gate, which left her trailing, and then she had to go wide late. She finished 6th, beating 5 3/4 lengths. It's the same race that Too Much Style is also exiting. And so, yeah, I do think with a better start and with the class relief that Missy Banker could run very big today. And the 3 will complete my top 3. That is High Hearts. She could move up second time out. She debuted here at this level on February 28th, going 6.5 furlongs, had a bit of a wide draw, showed some speed, but was in the mid path under a hold, went quite wide off the turn, and it took a bit to change leads as she was being green. Ended up beating 4 3/4 lengths by Misinterpretation, who then won a 20 claimer out of the race, earning a 56 buyer figure. So I'm going to go 10, 5, 3 in race 8.
Paging mouse to the winner's circle, please. Mouse to the winner's circle. The horse is onto the track post parading for today's 8th race. We start the late daily double here. It's a $16,000 maiden claiming event for 3-year-old fillies. They'll be at 6 furlongs on that fast main track. Full cast of 12 set to go here. Scratch 1 and 13, but the 14 does draw in. Princess Mia will run. Jockey change on the 11 Girl Dynamite. Make the rider Samuel Marin. Race 8 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and super high 5 wagering. They'll be at the post in 7 minutes. Race 8 in 7 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's 8th race, late doubles in 2 minutes. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 8th race. Field of 12 here at 6 furlongs. Post time favored right now at 3-1. Tepid choice here. The 5, Miss C Banker. 7-2 on Lucky Flay on the inside. 9-2 on the 8, Jen Sweet Jen. 5-1 for Girl Dynamite out wide. We had a rider just get unseated there as number 3, High Hearts, has unseated the rider and is loose there in and amongst the pony horses. So stand by. We might have a slight delay here. We do have a late scratch here in today's 8th race. On advice of the veterinarian and by order of the steward, scratch number 3, High Hearts. Number 3, High Hearts, is scratched out of today's 8th race. Refunds on all win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and super high 5 combinations involving the 3. If you had that runner in the late pick 4, 5, or 6, you'll receive the post-time favorite. There will be consolation doubles in pick 3, so if you're live to the 3 and a double or pick 3, hold on to those tickets. You will receive a consolation payout. High Hearts now being led off the track by the Outriders. So it'll be just a few moments, and then we'll get back to loading the other 11 runners for today's 8th race. Again, late scratch, number 3, High Hearts. The horse is now heading back toward the starting gate to start the reloading process. Field of 11 now to go 6 furlongs. Again, late scratch here for the number 3, High Hearts. Favoritism for this race still obviously up for grabs. So if you had the 3 in the late pick 4, 5, or 6, you will land on whoever is favored after the gates open. Lucky Flay coming up. Here's Dreaming of Nana out to gate 9. Too much style's gone in. Girl Dynamite going to be next. So that one runs, or walks in. Looks like they're still working with Lucky Flay down toward the inside. Has not gone in yet. Jockey Marcos Meneses going to load once they get that horse into the starter stall, which they've now done. Still about 5 or 6 more left to load. Here's Maca Barrio. Miss C. Banker, Wine Scholar, the next 2. After that, we're just waiting on Cash Due. Princess Mia and Loop of Henley will be all set for a start. Today's 8th race, late double time. And we got some more bad actors there in the gate. And Loop of Henley is trying to run off behind there as well. So this has been an eventful load here for this 8th race. Loop of Henley started to run down the chute toward the 7 furlong starting point. Sarah Hess trying to get that one to turn around. We're just waiting on Loop of Henley and Princess Mia, but Loop of Henley again is back by the 7/8 pole. Again, just waiting on those final 2. It looks like Princess of Mia they've put in, so we're just waiting on Loop of Henley. Loop of Henley now heading back toward the starting gate. Just kind of jogged back toward that 7 furlong marker. Loop of Henley now getting closer to the gate. We'll load at 38 to 1 and we'll be set for a start. The others all standing well now. Loop of Henley coming forward. And she goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Lucky Flay got away well from that inside gate and sprints right to the front. Miss C. Baker going to go with that one in the early going, and those two quickly open up 3 lengths on Wine Scholar in the lime colors, who's third. Then comes Jen Sweet Jen. Too Much Styles moving between runners. Down at the fence, Maka Abario is in amongst horses as well. Then comes Cash Dew. Girl Dynamite's trying to make up some ground in between horses. Way out wide, Princess Mia. It's another leg back to Loop of Henley, and the slow start has Dreaming of Nana, 11th and last, and about 14 behind. The dueling leaders up front. 22 seconds for that opening quarter mile. Lucky Flay on the inside of Miss C. Baker. Those two square off. They've got 4.5 in front of Girl Dynamite, who's up into third and starting to inch forward on those top two. It's another 4 back to Jen Sweet Jen, who's fourth. Cash Dew trying to rally up the inside of Too Much Style. Then comes Princess Mia. They've been hard at it up front. Girl Dynamite has to love the setup. Miss C. Baker has put away Lucky Flay, but has to look out for Girl Dynamite on the outside. Here's Girl Dynamite coming up after Miss C. Baker. Lucky Flay still battling on toward the inside, is back third. 2 more then to Jen Sweet Jen. Princess Mia, Dreaming of Nana's run on from the back, but a final 16th to go. Girl Dynamite makes the lead. Miss C. Baker now back to second. Loop of Henley, a late run up the inside, but it's Girl Dynamite and Samuel Marin got the setup, got the win, won it by almost 2. Second was Miss C. Baker. Third, Loop of Henley. Jen Sweet Jen was fourth. Eleven, 5, 7, 8, and 2. 112.34 the final time. Girl Dynamite, your 5-2 post-time favorite. So do take note with the favorite winning. If you had the 3 who was a late scratch in the late pick 4, 5, or 6, you will receive number 11 who was the winner. So those combinations through the 3 will move on in the late pick 4, 5, and 6. Results official, 760 on the win for Girl Dynamite. Girl Dynamite is a 3-year-old Gray-Roan filly by Adios Charlie out of Princess Dynamite. It was bred in Florida by Luis Enrique Guevara and Tito Enrique Guevara. Tito Guevara, the winning owner. Nestor Marrero, the winning trainer. Cipriano Gill, another winner on the card for Cipriano. It's Girl Dynamite. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Samuel Marin. Samuel, my apologies, pal. Pick up Mount Win for Samuel Marin. $11.5 exact to $21.30. The trifecta $162.35. Daily double to the $11.560. The pick 3 $16.60. The high 5 returns $1,736. Ninth and final race is up next in 21 minutes at 4:39 p.m. Today's ninth race will close out the card here on this Sunday. Scratch the also eligible runners. Numbers 11, 12, and 13 are scratched. Field of 10 set to go on turf at a mile. Post time for the ninth and final in 21 minutes.
Race 9 closes out the card and the weekend, and it's with a main 32 for 3-year-olds set at a mile on the turf. The number 6, that is Hymn of Heaven. First-time starter for Christopher Shaw. He went for 30,000 as a yearling at Fasig, tipped in October back in 2023, and that year, his half-brother Timberlake won the Grade 1 Champagne. But we've also got a turf-heavy page because Mom, she is a stakes place half-sister to multiple Group 2 winner Thomas Chippendale, and their mom is All My Loving, a Group 1 place daughter of Sadler's Wells. She was third in the Irish Oaks and is a full sister to heavy hitters Yesterday, who won the Irish 1000 Guineas, as well as Moglair stud winner Quarter Moon, who, like Yesterday, was second in the Epsom Oaks. Quarter Moon also went on to produce Group 1 winner Diamonds and Rubies. So yeah, again, grass pedigree, debuts with Lasix, main 32, let's see. The number 8, making a first off the claim for Tony Granitz, who also has the number 7 in here, that is Nora's Fireball. He's moving this boy to the turf after he put in a solid show doe performance at First Asking in a February 7th 7 furlong main 25 on the dirt. He's also getting first-time blinkers and getting Sammy Marin to ride. I like this move to grass and stretch out. He's out of a Giants Causeway mare, and the family includes Reine Mathilde, whose wins include the Prix de l'Opera. Going to complete the top 3 at the number 1, that is Lucky Twist, in here for Mike Deeney, who is bumping this boy up and stretching him out after running 4th on debut in that February 7th main track, main 25. He pressed the pace before tiring later, and I think this move to the turf, it makes sense. The maternal granny put up figures in the 90s on the grass and was just a length and 3/4 shy of scoring the Honey Fox. So I'm going to go 6-8-1 in race 9, and I'll see you back here on Wednesday.
The horses onto the track post-parading for today's ninth and finals. We get set to close out day number 67 of the season. A field of 10 on turf at a mile. The turf firm, the rail out at 22 feet. Scratch 11, 12, and 13. The also eligibles are scratched. Race 9, a $32,000 maiden claiming event for 3-year-olds. Post time for today's ninth with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and super high five wagering is 5 minutes away. Two minutes to post time. Today's ninth and final in 2 minutes. The horses making their way out of the turf course and approaching the starting gate. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's ninth and final. Field of 10 set to go a mile on turf. 7-2 co-favorites on the board. Numbers 2 and 8. 9-2 on the 4 as Lucky Twist goes in. Here's Grand Liam. El Rabano to gate 3. Right now it's 16-1. Lucky Twist has been acting up quite a bit in gate 1 and continues to. The rider's out of the saddle there. Seems to have settled now. Palace Revolt move up to gate 4. Looks like they might be trying to back the one out there. Or there's some piece of equipment that's stuck. So they are working with the number 1. Lucky Twist has been backed out. Now coming back in. Palace Revolt's gone forward. Just Boo and Wings of God, the next pair. Hymn of Heaven has gone in. So we're just waiting on Steam Powered, and It's Just Math. We'll be all set for a start, ready to close the show on day 67. Back at it next Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Of course, 1 week from today is Florida Cup Day. We hope you'll join us for what should be a real fun event on track with some great stakes action as we celebrate the Florida Bred next week. It's Just Math goes in. They're in the gate. Palace Revolt acting up, as is Hymn of Heaven. And once again, Palace Revolt's acted up, unseated the rider, and Palace Revolt is continuing to act up behind the gate now. It's like the rider is being attended to there behind the starting gate with the number 4. As is one of our assistant starters. So we might have a slight delay here. We do have a late scratch here on advice of the veterinarian and by order of the steward. Scratch number 4, Palace Revolt. Number 4, Palace Revolt is a late scratch. Refunds on all win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, super, and super high five combinations involving the number 4. If you had that runner in the late pick 4, 5, or 6, you'll receive the post-time favorite. In the late double or late pick 3, you will receive a consolation if you had a live ticket to the number 4. Late scratch, number 4, Palace Revolt, a late scratch. Horses heading back to the starting gate and have begun the reloading process. Again, a late scratch here of the number 4, Palace Revolt. Favoritism right now at the number 2, Grand Liam at 7-2. Just Boo coming up. Here's Nora's Fireball. Wings of God will be after that. Steam Powered, It's Just Math, going to be the final 2. And we will once again go to close the show here. It's Just Math. Daniel Centeno, first-time starter for Arnaud Delacour to the outside. It's Just Math coming up and in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Just Boo in the center, flashing some speed. Wings of God in the pink cap toward the outside. And down on the fence is Lucky Twist trying to hold that rail position as they come into the stretch. And Lucky Twist is going to cut the corner and go to the front. Tough spot there for Grand Liam, who lost a couple of spots as they came by the wire the first time around. It's Lucky Twist and Jesus Castanon into the turn in front by 2.5 lengths. Not cornering all that great. Just a touch wide, but is on the front. And behind that, Wings of God is second. Then we come back to Hymn of Heaven, the first-time starter. He's poked the nose into third. Just Boo is fourth. Grand Liam fifth in the white colors. El Rabano's right to his outside in sixth. 2 more back to It's Just Math. Steam Powered's to that one's inside, and it's 3 more to Nora's Fireball, who is the early trailer. 23 seconds for Lucky Twist, who continues to try to get out of touch. Going to drop back over the rail now. The lead down to a length as Hymn of Heaven comes up alongside of Lucky Twist. 2 more back to Wings of God, who's back in that third spot. Grand Liam fourth, starting to advance a touch in the white colors. El Rabano is going to be 3 deep in fifth. Then comes Steam Powered. It's 3 more, then back to Just Boo, who loses a spot to It's Just Math. And still the trailers, Nora's Fireball. 47-4 was that opening half mile. Lucky Twist, Hymn of Heaven right up alongside. Those 2 midway on the turn, pretty much racing as one. Then comes a lineup of 3. El Rabano waiting for room is Grand Liam between horses in a tight spot. Also Wings of God trying to get through down along the fence as they come to the top of the stretch. Hymn of Heaven off the turn just in front of Lucky Twist. Wings of God going to swing out toward the 3 path to try to attack them as they have a final furlong left to go. Hymn of Heaven, Grand Liam, Wings of God just cannot get out. Wings of God held in there by Grand Liam. Grand Liam down on the inside, Hymn of Heaven. There by the 16th pole, Wings of God is third. It's Grand Liam, Hymn of Heaven back in front. Hymn of Heaven won it. Grand Liam was second. Third went to Wings of God. A photo for fourth there between It's Just Math and Lucky Twist. Stewards have posted the inquiry sign. They're looking at the stretch run of today's 9th race. Please hold all tickets 137.93 the final time. Six, 2, 8, 10. Unofficial order posted. Again, a steward's inquiry into the stretch run. In addition to the steward's inquiry, there is a claim of foul. The rider of the number 8, Wings of God, alleging interference against the rider of the number 2, Grand Liam, at the 16th pole. Again, in addition to the steward's inquiry and objection, 8 against 2. Here's Hymn of Heaven to the winner's circle. Again, this race is still subject to a steward's inquiry and a jockey's objection. Hymn of Heaven, a first-time starter winner. 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Army Mule out of Pinup was bred in Kentucky by St. Elias Stables. Christopher Shaw, the winning owner and trainer. Alonzo Quinones, winning rider. But again, this is an unofficial result, and this race is subject to a steward's inquiry. Also an objection, 8 against 2. We are going to have a disqualification from second to third for number 2, Grand Liam. Number 2, Grand Liam, for interference at the 16th pole against number 8, Wings of God, has been disqualified from second and placed third. The new order finish is now posted 6, 8, 2, 10, and 1. 6, 8, 2, 10, and 1 will be the new order finish. Again, at number 2, Grand Liam, disqualified from second and placed third for interference at the 16th pole. Prices on the board. The exact is $63.90. The trifecta $112.65. Late pick 5, $2,980.90. Nobody had the super high five, so that'll carry over $831.80. Coming up in a few moments, we will have the head-on and pan shots of the disqualification. Again, we had a DQ from second to third for the number 2 Grand Liam here for interference against the 8. Coming up first will be the head-on replay. Going to be looking at the number 2 who's in the white silks, white cap, and the number 8 in the pink cap. The number 2 comes into the path here of the number 8 and then continues to under right-handed urging there, causing that one to have to take up. Stewards ruling that the reason for the disqualification. Here's the pan shot again. Number 2 in the white cap coming in under right-handed urging and taking out the path of the number 8. Causing those two to bump. Folks, that does wrap up live racing here at Tampa Bay Downs this afternoon. We thank you for joining us on this Sunday. Hope you'll make plans to join us when live racing returns on Wednesday. Simulcasting continues downstairs on the main line. Simulcasting continues as some of the top tracks around the country continuing to race this afternoon. Happy hour specials are starting right now. It's 5 o'clock sharp at Legends and Silks on floors 2 and 3. From all of us here at Tampa Bay Downs, we bid you a very pleasant good evening. Safe drive home. We hope to see you back tomorrow when live racing resumes. Good night, everyone. From Tampa.